Hello, welcome to the show. I am your host, Johnny Baghead. Welcome back. I'm sure everyone here is aware it is a hot one. Pretty much everywhere you are. Maybe in the Arctic, maybe in Alaska they're doing okay. Probably not knowing shit, but yes, it is a hot one, and too hot for me to be on camera, if I'm being real. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to play more Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy for PlayStation 2. And I've shown it on stream before, but I have my physical copies that make you mad, Sony. Look, I've got this copy. Assholes. But just before I get into that, I do want to show some stuff that I was talking about last time. I need to set something up here quickly. What's the best way to do this? Yeah, I'm going to do that and put it there. Okay. So, sorry, I eating dinner, as I mentioned in my post about going live, was going to cut into going live, and it did. So I'm prepping some stuff here in real time. But what I wanted to bring up is I mentioned previously that I was having a PlayStation 2 Beatmania controller coming in the post. That'll do. Yeah, you can probably see him. Screw it. That'll do for now. But yes, it did come in the mail. This, I don't know its exact official name. I believe this is the Beatmania 2DX arcade controller is what they call it. The AC. There's a couple of different ones. There's like, but for there's a couple. So Beatmania has had very sporadic releases outside of Japan, right? Yeah, we'll make this smaller for a bit. There we go. But yes, Beatmania has had very sporadic releases outside of Japan. And I'm trying to remember which ones there are. From what I can remember, Beatmania got there's a PlayStation 1 release. I actually have it, including the controller. My controller's a bit wonky. I need to open it up because the keys don't register very well. But that was back in the 5-key era, where you'd have, 3 white keys, 2 black keys. Funny enough, that controller actually looks like a small piano the way they've got it set up, though it still has the disc. And then in 2006, they actually did release a version of Beatmania in the US for PlayStation 2, just called Beatmania. And it is like a mini compilation of stuff from past Beatmania games. So it has some 5-note charts, some 7-note charts. And it's games that, and obviously the main Beatmania games, the Japanese only ones, are ones I want to cover doing the tier list at some point, and I wanted to do it with a official controller, right? So I looked into options. At some point in the past, like a very long time ago, I actually did get into playing Beatmania stuff via a fan-made, like, I don't know what they're called, but like the fan free versions where they're just like the wrapper and you have to put files into it. It was called Patchy Music. I don't know if it's still around, but you could load customs into that, and also people had just ripped all of the games into a format it could read, and I used to play on that. But back then I was just using like a Windows PC keyboard, and you'd think having keys closer together would make that game easier. No, you need some space. So, and there was a period of time where I did consider getting one of the aftermarket fan-made arcade controllers, But I definitely did not have the money then. And they're a bit hard. Unfortunately, at some point, they got harder to get, especially in the UK. There doesn't really seem to be many, if any, companies that make them in the UK. And then you have to deal with shipping and how bad that is these days, especially from the US. But I did some more research and found out, okay, for PlayStation 2, for the North American release, they just did one controller, which is a smaller version. It's kind of hard to say. The smaller version is basically about half of the scale of this. The buttons are still spaced out the same, but the disc is way smaller, it's a little closer, and the start select buttons are put in a funkier place. And then for the Japanese releases, they also had a similar model. Apparently, out of the two of those, the Japanese model is fine. It's totally usable. The US one apparently has some issues. But I was doing some more research and found out, holy shit, they did a full-sized arcade controller for the home releases in Japan. And as soon as I saw this, I was like, well, I've got to have one of these. This is the right kind of dumb for the stuff that I like to collect in my video game stuff. So I've been looking around, and I saw one that was on a decent price and condition. Though I will say, and I did message them about it, I don't know if they're going to do anything about it. Their pictures did not show all of the physical wear on this silver part. It physically is, like, gameplay-wise fine. But they, whatever the, like, cover photo they used was not... It was either not the one they sent me, or it was not one they had. Which miffed me a bit. But what I didn't realize when this came... First off, I got really lucky. I still don't know how I managed this. Delivery... When you're buying stuff from Japan on eBay, very often you'll see the delivery price will be included in the base price, but then they'll mention, oh, but you'll have to pay import. The import stuff is not done through eBay. And when I brought the PlayStation 2 flight stick I had to pay import charges when that came into the country. For some reason, I didn't pay any import on this. And not only that, it originally wasn't going to come until the end of July. It was going to take a month. And then I randomly got an update. It's like, actually, no, yeah, this is coming in 5 days. It traveled so fast. I was getting tracking updates, like, multiple times a day, where it went from, like, Japan to another country, then got to England in, like, a matter of days. The only reason I didn't get it sooner was because of the weekend. But something I did not realize is the size, because when you look at pictures of this, you kind of assume it's the size of a typical arcade fight stick, the ones you would buy to use on PC or console, which, not the smaller ends, like the kind of typical enthusiast ones. But for scale, there is a PlayStation 2 copy of Beatmania 11DX, well, 2DX11 Red. It is massive. I measured it from corner to corner. It is 31 inches. It is... I am going to use this on stream. I'm going to have to do some shit because it's not going to fit on my desk. And I modified my desk so it comes out further. I'm going to have to get, like, a table that I can put it on and, like, push the camera back. It's going to be wild. But I did mess with it, and it's fully working. Like, granted, if you're getting into Beatmania, especially if you want to play the PS2 ones, you do have access to them, you are better to buy the aftermarket ones because they will be better quality than this. And maybe in the long term, I might have to open it up and replace the buttons, kind of like what I did with my fight stick, where I put like higher quality switches in. But for now, it seems good. I definitely don't recommend buying it unless you are really into the collecting side of things. But it is hilarious to have. I'll have to take a picture of me holding it at some point, because it is ridiculous. But because the PlayStation 2, it's not USB in, it's just a PlayStation 2 controller wire on it, which you can kind of see in the picture to the side there. But the PlayStation 2 basically just detects it as a PlayStation 1 controller. And so it works regardless of what region console you have or region of games you're playing. So even though it's a Japanese-only controller, it works with the US Beatmania fine. And probably would work fine on PC as well. I have a PlayStation 1 to 2 USB adapter, And though it was tricky before, I've got some drivers now where most programs just, when I have that plugged in, they detect as a 360 controller. So this would just work on PCSX2 and some other stuff fine. It wouldn't work with current Beatmania 2DX because apparently at some point they changed the scratching wheel to be an analog input, not digital, closer to how DJ Hero works. Back in this era, it can't tell like how much you're turning it at what speed. It just knows, are you moving it up or down, I think. And maybe even not even both. It might just register as one input. But yeah, so at some point we'll probably soon. I want to do those launch tiles I mentioned. Yeah, we'll hide that now. I'm gonna play Ridge Racer 5 and Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, but we'll get into Beatmania, the US release, and I have some good news there. There was there's one person who last time I checked had submitted a time to how long to beat. Doesn't mention what they classify as beating the game, and they don't have it listed as completionist, like 100%. It's just listed as beat the game, and they listed it at roughly 50 hours. That's bollocks. It does not take, quote, 50 hours to beat Beatmania. There isn't really a way to beat it. The closest in terms of a progression is that playing every song in the arcade mode once unlocks them in free play. And once you've done that for every song, that gives you access to every set list in the expert mode where you have to play several songs back to back. And that's it. Like, and that just, like another difficulty, but which is also unlocked the same way. So technically the only thing you have to do is play through every song. There's about 53, 58 songs. It does not take 50 hours. That implies that each song is an hour long. They're not. So it does not take that long. Especially because you could play on any difficulty level, modify it, use modifiers, things like that. So I don't know why someone would list that time. That's probably how long it would take to beat the unlock and then beat, having to practice beat all the expert set lists on every difficulty. Because some of them are, you can't play on easy, basically. They're set to, like, the highest difficulty. But, you know, that's not beating the game. You don't get anything for doing that. So. And, yeah, I'm not sure if any of the other, you know, any of the Japanese releases have any proper progression systems. I'm betting it's a similar case of just unlocking all the songs in free play. And that's about it. Because that's how the Beatmania PlayStation 1 game in the PAL region work. That's how all the DDR games work. So there you go. But I just wanted to give a little update on that. And yeah, I'm not sure where I'm gonna have to find somewhere to store it in the long term. Because yeah. But yeah, we're gonna get into the game here. Oh, hang on. No, not that. Yeah. There we go. For complicated reasons, I have to use a different audio source for the gameplay. Sometimes my capture card with older stuff will create like buzzing noises. So I use direct audio out of the splitter that I use. And that seems to work better. But yes, we are back with Jak and Daxter, the first game. And we're going to go to the bog. We are, yeah, just over 50%, so I imagine this is probably going to take 2 more streams, including this one. But yeah, this is our, like, main next area, but I need a fast travel back to Rock Village. And go to the bog. Which I'm told some of the stuff that I've missed so far, like, couldn't do. Could have potentially, like, I guess there's some amount. Oh yeah, they don't label.
The heat shield's going to need even more power to withstand.
They just say blue sage, green sage. I wish they just said what the area's called. Yep, this is it. But yeah, there's and it's not a bad thing. It's actually a thing I would highlight as a positive for this game, that there's a lot of areas that you're not forced to go to. I think maybe in the long run, you maybe have to go there to get enough of those power cells to make progress in the story. But there's nothing, in most cases, stopping you from just going where you want. You know, I don't know if it's the quickest way, but I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, this is the only issue I have to... Okay, what is the quickest way? I'm guessing it is this way. I haven't been up this way in a bit. I get why that's there, to stop you from going too far out in the water, but you should be able to swim there fine. Hey, welcome back. It's Sandra, isn't it? Is it Sandra or Sandra? I should ask. Also, yes, I've got to give these in at some point. I'm gonna hold off because there's probably a bunch of egg requirements in...
Now I can get back
What's
to
it
my
called?
research.
In the fireplace. Also, yeah, I still need to figure this out. Oh, that's not nearly enough time. I do remember you mentioned in the Discord this one being awkward. There we go. Oh, by the skin of our teeth there. Beautiful. Okay, but yes, we're going to the bog. Which I do find funny that it is very easy to miss, and that it would have opened those yellow panels. But again, I don't mind that. I prefer that design where a lot of these areas you can, you know, go to them whenever you want in orders. It's a good way of making a world feel like it expands on you in a more natural way, as opposed to just like getting it off and saying, "No, you have to go to this area first." So here we go. Also, I remember your pro tip that the spin move is usually the better move to use. Oh, hello. Well, except for here, of course. Ah, yes, they've got the forbidden bog corn dogs. Yummy. Can't get enough of them. Oh. Huh. Oh. That double jump timing is going to mess me up this entire playthrough. I know it. No matter what I do. Oh, come on. Yeah, pick it up. Okay, what am I doing wrong? I guess sometimes you can jump late. I don't know what it is. There we go. Ah! Okay, well at least I broke it. Oh. Okay. I know what happened there. I forget that when you pick up this stuff. I forget what it's called in game, but if you're running, he jumps. There we go. You know what? I probably wasn't supposed to do it that way. But, that's fine. That's a bonus. Honestly, anytime a game lets you do that stuff in funky ways like that, that's always a plus in my books. Let's do safety jumps here with a spin.
We should shoot those big boulders holding the tether.
Ah, Daxter, you're so demanding. It's a very one-sided relationship. Not relationship, what's the word for it that I'm trying to think of? I don't know how to describe it. Hang on, give me a minute. This is sometimes how my brain works. Not a unit. There's like a term for when like two life forms kind of survive and thrive off of each other. You'll see it a lot in nature, for example, when they'll refer to like animals that will, like whales will have the smaller fish that eat stuff that's stuck to them. Oh, that's messed up. Why can't I think what that's called? Okay, let's do the level proper now, I guess. It's like codependent, but there's a more like scientific term. But they are a codependent team. Oh, so yeah, so you're confirming, Sandra. That was the exit part of the level, really.
Maybe we can duck the bats.
Nope. Also, yeah, no, good tip on the look around thing. I somehow didn't figure that out in the first episode. Even though, it's just triangle. Okay. How do I get these without dying? I could do it by dying very easily. You know what? It's just this, isn't it? There we go. Woo! Kya! Lulaps mentions, yeah, the dialogue lines play even if you sequence break. It's honestly impressive. Again, this game is so impressive, especially for the time. I've played games that came out after this that had so much issue streaming in voice lines of this quality, because the PlayStation 2 did not have a lot of RAM. Even when it was coming out, it was a aspect of the game that was criticized by developers, and even some magazines that were kind of, you know, listening to what developers were saying. And there are some PlayStation 2 games you'll play where sometimes a lot of the sound effects and things like that will sound pretty rough. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is the main example I think of. The audio just sounds super crusty in the PlayStation 2 version. And for Warrior Within, they did try and address it where they found another way to stream in higher quality audio for voice lines during gameplay, but they do it in a really funky way where it feels like they have to seek on the disc for the track, so it doesn't feel like it's playing in game. It feels like it's playing over like a speaker system or something. It's very strange, and it always takes a couple of seconds to load in, so it doesn't feel as dynamic. This game seems to do it way better. That it just, as soon as you get to places, maybe they put the load-in triggers earlier, but it seems to load pretty on the fly. Hang on, where's this? Oh, okay, this is a new place. Oh, no, no, no. There we go. Okay, now I gotta keep track of which way I went. It is fun that this area is very much built around this projectile thing. And again, I do get, in a certain sense, why they went more projectile heavy in the sequel. I've only messed with the second game a tiny bit, and that was literally to see how bad the fucking Vita port is. But I can see, you know, to do more with the combat, you would... Oh, nice. I didn't think I was going to make that. You would want to give him a more permanent ranged option. You know, or like what Jak, you know, what Ratchet and Clank showed you could do. Haha! I will say the camera here is a bit rough. Like, you can barely... Oh no, you can see it. It just kind of blends in a bit for some reason. I guess it's the perspective. I couldn't quite tell where that swinging pole was. That is one benefit I imagine you get with the PlayStation 3 HD version, having the game in widescreen.
Wow! Only 2 more tethers.
Plus, this is that era. I always wonder why PlayStation games do this, if it was an artistic choice or if there was a technical reason. But you would often see them, whenever cutscenes would play, they would put the letterboxing on to make them widescreen. Like that. That's a good example of it. I forgot they do them even just for those little animations. Let's see. Any reason... Nope, there's an invisible wall there. Okay. I don't think I see anywhere else to use them. Nope. So I'll take you with me. Ah, I wasn't quick enough. Here we go. God, I can tell I've played a lot of this game recently because I'm getting used to the inverted controls, which gives me the ick that I'm getting used to them. Gotta be careful. I'll like recode my brain, and then that's the only way I'll be able to play video games anymore. It'd be a tragedy. Let's go to this one first. There we go. God, I love the...
barely hanging on. Let's find the last tether.
Just the flow of these levels is so good. It really... It's such a funny comparison. But it really reminds me of why I liked Super Mario Odyssey so much. So I had to get some water. Just the way you flow through the levels. The way you very naturally, with the way they design and guide things out, you fly and navigate into your pickups and everything. Okay, let's see. Let's go back this way first, do this pad that I skipped over. Here we go. Oh, look at that.
It's an ambush.
So I haven't played Odyssey yet, but yeah, this game is great flow. If you like this game, I would highly recommend it. The only real issue I have with that game is the fact that it has force motion controls. And, you know, it takes some work. There are some very non-Nintendo approved ways to get around that issue, if you really want to get around that issue. And in my case, it would be a necessity. Like, when I played it, I was already having my disability issues from my injury. I feel like they're probably worse at this point now, so I would have to, out of necessity, play that in a way that would let me map some of those controls to a button. And it's not like that game doesn't have buttons to use. It legitimately, loads of buttons on that controller are unused in that game. Like, it only uses 2 of the face buttons. I think a lot of the shoulder buttons are repeat inputs. Oh. I might not have wanted to do that yet. It's funny because I remember thinking, oh, these feel so tacked on. This feels like a Nintendo mandated thing. No, apparently specifically the Mario Odyssey developers were the ones who were pushing, oh, we want to do motion stuff. That's why you should have it in the Switch too. Okay, I guess I'm going to come back here once I've done the final rope for this. Okay, I see. But still, it's funny when, you know, it comes up every so often, but when the accessibility discourse got really big, kind of around the time of, I think it was Elden Ring launching. I could be wrong, but I think that's when the last time it became like a big discussion that a lot of gaming press and pundits were getting in on. Often misrepresenting what that word means and describing appeal, or, you know, accessibility, I think, should exclusively talk about features for people with some disability. Like the whole umbrella of whatever disability. I know, like in a general sense, that word means more things, but I think it's such a term specifically used in that context when, you know, in a video game, you'll say accessibility options. So I think when you're talking about it, you have to use something else if you're talking about a game having broad appeal or being able to be played by someone who is so bad at video games that, you know, the game might as well play itself. That's a very different discussion, in my opinion, than a video game being accessibility friendly for disabled people. So that bothered me when that discussion was happening. And what bothered me, A, was people, you know, misusing that term and describing stuff like difficulty options in games. Like, oh yeah, easy mode is part of the accessibility discussion. It's like, no, it isn't. You know, there's nothing wrong with difficulty modes and adjusters in video games, but if your game is designed well and has good accessibility, I should be able to play it on any difficulty level I want. I shouldn't be locked out of difficulty levels because of a disability. outside of like extreme cases, you know, like something where, you know, and unfortunately it's the case, you're so impaired that almost any video game from a physical or mental point is too much. You know, that's a very small exception to the rule. You know, we're talking about someone who I forget the name of it, of the condition type. Not the specific condition, but condition types. But for example, like there's been breakthroughs where people who are essentially, like, they're sentient, they can communicate, but they're non-verbal, they're not able to move. They've had recent advances where they can use like brain monitoring systems to let them communicate and type and stuff like that. Like, and that's, you know, when that gets to video games, that'll be great for accessibility. But, you know, that's such a, you know, rare case for people, and, you know, in some mental disabilities as well. But again, that's a exception. You know, we're not talking about excluding those people. It's just in the discussion I'm having, it's not what I'm talking about when I say everyone should be able to play any difficulty level they want, regardless of their disability. And that's why Nintendo games being brought up as like positive accessibility bothered me, because it's often pointed out that their games are very easy, that they have assist modes that will play the game for you, like in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, they added that mode where the game will just take control and beat levels for you. Or the new funky mode they added to the Switch version of Tropical Freeze. Those aren't accessibility options, in my opinion. Because if your answer to, oh, I can't do these controls or these inputs in a video game, is to say, oh, we'll play a version of the game where you just can't die, is pandering and insulting, in my opinion. You know, it's... The equivalent I use is if instead of the Paralympic sports, where, you know, people who have had amputated limbs use special equipment to do track and field and things like that. Instead, it was like, well, you don't get any of that, but instead of doing, you know, a 10-meter run, it's just like 1 meter, but you know, you have to fucking crawl on your back because you have crawl on the floor because you have no other option. That would be terrible. No one would advocate for... Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. Only assholes would advocate for that. People who are, you know, intentionally trying to make life worse for people would advocate for something like that, you know? And it might seem hyperbolic, but, you know, I'm not saying it's equivalent, but it's the same type of thinking, in my opinion, to dismiss the idea of, you know, making a game accessible but still challenging in an optional way for people who want that. You know, because the big issue with it is it discounts people who play multiplayer games. I don't know why I can't get this egg. That's bothering me. There we go. That was a little annoying. That's a rare bug I must have ran into, but at least we resolved it. Here, let me go get this box over here quick. And this one, yeah. But a big issue there is their multiplayer. If you make it so, oh, the only thing we're going to do for people with disabilities is make them play on a mode where you can't take damage or enemies don't have active AI, well then, what's going to happen when they want to play multiplayer? You obviously can't do that there. So, ergo, you have to design a game's accessibility features that puts everyone on an even playing field. You know, and that is what disabled people want, you know. There are disabled people who compete in competitive video games at a high level. You know, fighting games, shooters, things like that. And granted, there will always be people in those crowds who will bemoan some accessibility tools and controllers and things like that. Follow the Scrub Quotes account on Blue Sky if you ever want to see people moan about the modern control option in Street Fighter 6, for example. Bunch of fucking babies. Oh, right, yeah, I need to fire it up. Oh, I need to be careful. And yeah, so often I would see Nintendo games because their barrier to entry for your gameplay skill is low. But that's not the same as making a game accessible for people with disabilities. And Nintendo, I would say, no joke, out of the free systems, Microsoft and Sony suck for their own reasons. Accessibility is actually not one of them. They tend to be... They are leagues ahead of Nintendo. Nintendo are so far behind on that. They've gotten better. For example, they did add full button rebinding to Switch at some point. You could just do it on the OS level. But also, that's a very band-aid solution. Every game should let you rebind inputs. So you don't have to, like, keep a mental note or a physical note of what rebindings you're using, for example. Is anything out on the dock here? It's funny knowing... I don't know how true it is. You might know this, Sandra. That when I was looking up guide maps for this, I found those modded maps where they took the maps of Jak 1, 2, and 3 and rendered them where they would be together if they were one continuous map. I don't know if those are accurate to lore or if people were just kind of doing it for fun. But it is funny to consider that, considering that this game seems to take place in fucking, you know, endless ocean a la Wind Waker style. You know, again, that's not against this game, because that's, you know, that's every Grand Theft Auto game. That's most games with an open map at a certain point. Okay, why is there a five in there? Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Howdy, friends. Enjoying my beautiful swamp? I own these here parts. Everything that doesn't sink into the mud, that is.
Judging by the smell, I'd wager your bathtub sank in the mud long ago.
What's a bathtub? Anyway, I got bigger problems now. Seems some nasty lurker varmints are grousing about, snatching everything they can get their grubby little paws on, and scaring away my pet hip hog, Farley. He's been missing for nigh on to a coon's age. I've been putting out his favorite snack. Those ornery swamp rats keep stealing them. If you could keep those pesky critters away long enough, I just know Farley will smell them vitals and come back. Will you help me out?
Do you want to play?
Good. Those rats will be back any time. Shoot all them rats. Keep them from eating at least one of them snacks. Over there.
Can I not look up and down? I guess I can't. Okay, the shots ricochet at least, so I don't have to worry. But yeah. So yeah, Nintendo still relying so much on motion controls in their games. I'd be curious if Donkey Kong Bonanza is better about it, because from my understanding that is essentially the Super Mario Odyssey team, and that game is very might as well be a spiritual successor, I've heard, in terms of its gameplay and design. I feel like Jebediah Sackface would have something to say about this caricature here. Also, it's the only guy I've heard so far that's acknowledged Dax's insults, but didn't understand them, as opposed to just not reacting to him. Oh, okay. Sandra says won't comment because of lore stuff. Okay. No, that's good then. God, I really should get Jebediah back on stream at some point.
You sure know how to shoot. Thanks a heap for the help.
Yippee! Okay. Oh, so you... I hope it's not my controller then. I think I'm wrong. You actually can jump late or really fast in some instances. Like you see, I was doing it there for a second where I was like... It's weird. It is strange how it seems to work. Okay, let me look over here briefly and then we'll head back that way. Okay, that's... Well, you can actually. I see what you're saying. You can't double jump if you're descending. But I think I've managed to do it a couple of times here. You see? It doesn't gain you height, though, at a certain point. Hang on. Like there. It like, definitely nerfs how much air you get. As opposed to if you do it here. It is finicky, though. At certain... Like, I was able to do it really quick. A couple of times. There, see? You shouldn't do it, because it seems to fuck with your momentum. Like, how high you can jump. But that's interesting. Yeah, it seems that if you're doing, like... there is definitely a point of no return when you're doing like a running jump, it seems, that they won't let you double jump. So that is definitely a limitation. You know, in terms of like a, not, you know, a design limitation, just a movement limitation. Which, you know, there's nothing wrong with. You can, intentionally... You know, you can have a, you know, very more deliberate platforming style, like, for example, the Prince of Persia games do. Nope. Oh, this is the bird, is it? Nice. From the beach level. Oh, that's cool. Maybe if I was playing this, you know, closer together, I would have picked up on that. But thank you for letting me know, because I did not realize that. I should have realized it. Oh, I like how this feels. Just the general movement is really good. Nice! God, I love they even thought to make bespoke animations for that.
Good work. Aren't you guys happy you saved our little flut friend? She may come in handy again sometime. Now, go back to the trans pad, and I'll bring her home.
Alright. I think that's all the pickups I can get here, yeah. Alright, let's get back to our bog work here. And yes, if you weren't here, yeah, sorry, couldn't manage being on camera today. It's just too much. I will again soon. I've done a bit more repair work on the old bag. Though I am going to work on doing the rebuild this year. I still need to find out. I don't know what they're called. If anyone in chat knows, or in the YouTube comments, let me know what the name for LED, like that you can see through. It's not mesh. When I searched mesh, I got something completely different. That's what I would have thought it was called. I think in the past I've seen them called LED strips, but that also, you get other stuff. But the ones that you see often used in cosplays, you'll see them often, you know, the glasses that light up, that look like the, you know, the anime light refraction meme, those ones. You can buy just the mesh, like, without buying glasses, and where it's flexible and you can cut it and resize it. And that's what I need for something I want to do for 2.0. Nice. Oh, okay. I'm actually full up on life stuff for that for a moment. Yeah, I keep expecting there to be stuff on these docks, and then there never is. Nope. Let's see. Oh. Okay. That's a little awkward, but we did it. Thank God the spin actually does give you a bit more distance. Speaking of, should have done it there. Oh, I'm here now. Wait, was I here before? I guess I missed this. Oh, I might actually have to pause in a bit to refill my water. Yeah, I don't mind using the PNG. I've talked about this a while ago. I have a very bold idea, but I would have to find someone who could do this for me. Oh, okay. I guess it undid because I died. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, I'd have to find someone who could do this, and then also have the money for it, because I would want to... I'd definitely, you know, be paid for the work to be done for this. I think, in theory, it is possible to have a VTuber model that would work entirely off of 2D images. So instead of how a VTuber model typically works, which is it's built on 2D layers that are then tweaked, it would be like a stop, you know, kind of like how this looks. It would be stop motion, and it would swap to an image based on, you know, my expression and head position. And I think, in theory, that can be made. But I would need someone who could do it. And then it would take a lot of planning, because I would have to essentially make sprite sheets, you know? I would have to decide, okay, how many expressions do I want? How many head positions do I want? And then take photos for every single one. It would take a lot of work, but it would be really funny to have a VTuber model made entirely of actual images. I have seen people take actual images and do tweening effects on them and things like that, but that's not quite what I'm talking about here. And if that isn't possible, then I would have to look at that instead, where someone could like Photoshop to make that work. But yeah, someday, because, you know, sometimes I'm ill, sometimes there's other external circumstances where it's like, well, I can stream, but I'm not quite camera ready and what have you. Okay, I might have gone too far. Where am I? Yeah. Now I remember where it is. Directionally challenged. Hell yeah. But yeah, in theory, I think that can work. Because my understanding is that you know, some VTuber stuff works on gesture recognition. So, for example, you can have a model swap over to a specific toggle if you do something like stick your tongue out or wink or things like that. So, if you can, in theory, map those to just, you know, head positions, you know, looking left 45 degrees with your mouth open, and then it would swap to that image. Oh, well, I guess I have been this way. Okay. Give me a minute here. We'll figure this out. I've brought something to help hopefully with Baghead with hair. I need to come up with a good name for it. It's kind of like in my head it's the punk aesthetic one, but I don't just want to call it punk. I want to give it a better name. And unfortunately I already go by Johnny, so I already have a kind of punkish sounding name. So I put myself in a corner with that. Oh, I need the fire thing here. Oh, there's some above here. I think there is. No. Goodbye.
Well, better you than me.
Yeah, let's just... I think I can use this one, bring it there in time. There we go. I love when the audio overlaps and it gets all crunchy. Can't do that anymore in games. I don't like it when you do that. And yeah, the rat nibbled me on the ankle and just... I killed over. Okay, so where... Okay, let's... I'm missing 2 fins. 1 more scout fly and whatever this objective is. And yeah, there's still eggs somewhere. So now I need to remember, where didn't I go? I have some ideas. So let's walk around and we'll see. Okay, yeah, no, this one's fine. They need to come this way. I guess if I look around in the right spot. Okay. Well, either way, I think I have to go this way to get around to where that rope looks like it is. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're the guys making the frog sounds. I should have realized those were supposed to be frogs. I don't know why that didn't register to me. Aha, I haven't been this way, I think. Yep. Here we go. I'm a bit worried I shouldn't have done that if I wanted to get all the eggs, but we'll be fine, I'm sure. There we go, that'll do. There we go. Now I just have to remember how to get back there. Also, I gotta find that last,
Jack, your uncle would be proud. That was a giant arm.
Yeah, whatever, mate. Probably should have done that. Oh, I don't have to go back there? Okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have skipped that dialogue, but, you know. I've got to find the last... What are they called? Nope, that doesn't tell me what they're called. Scout flies, that's it. I've got to figure out where the last one of these is. I mean, I literally... Yeah, I think this egg is just lost. I think what I was supposed to do is I was supposed to leave this tree alive so I could have jumped from the top of it. You sure I can get it? I just assumed, well, the easiest way I assumed would be just to die and come back. Oh, okay. There you go. If there was any OCD people in chat, you're welcome. Never mind the eggs I have missed in other areas. Yeah, I do want to find all the scout flies at least. Yeah, I don't want to go there again. Oh. Oh, that looks weird. There we go. I have a theory. We'll see if it bears fruit. Nope. Haha. Yeah, he just goes, ouch. Before he got a voice. Why do I keep messing up the time in there? There we go. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a thing I had to be concerned with. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna check this again. No, I guess it is blocked off. Crap, so where's this last, Where's this last fly? Because, yeah, this is... Unlike some of the earlier jump pads, that's automated. You can't control where it goes. Ah. See, this is why I wish there was like a... You know, hang on. Let me see if I remember the site. No, not that. Let me see. Crap. There was a game I was playing. I was using a guide site for... Was it San Andreas? Map Genie. Yeah. Let me see if they have a Jak and Daxter map. Nope. Ah, shit. If they had it, that would be good, because their maps are really good. Okay. We'll find the old-fashioned way then. Oh, whoops, I think I closed Twitch by accident. Need my stream manager up. There we go. Okay, well, we'll do the loop once more this way, just to be sure we haven't missed it. Alright, yeah. Not hidden back there. Back over the little ledge with all the exploded boxes. Okay. Well, I'm on this path, so I better... finish this off. And then we'll find it. Yeah, see, that was an example there where I managed to get the long jump to come out kind of late. Well, not the long jump, the second jump to come out late. Yeah, it is strange. I wonder if anyone's done a technical breakdown of why sometimes. I guess maybe once there must be like a threshold where once you're falling at a certain velocity, the jump input will just not work. Okay, so this is the start of the area. We know that. been up here. They do like to respawn these enemies. Yeah, they really like to respawn the enemies here. Okay, where does this go again? Oh, that loops. I've just looped again. Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to navigate this kind of stuff over text. That's yeah, I totally understand. That comes up often on the back. Oh, hang on. I think I know where it is. I assume I've got to move this rock somehow. Wait, do I? Or have I done something here? Oh, yeah, right. No, I remember this now. Yeah, no, fair enough. It's the part where the egg floated for a while. I assume you don't mean here, right? Oh, wait, no. That's a dead end. Okay, I see. If you're holding the stick when you're doing these pole bits, oh, well, that was just user error. It does mess with your momentum a bit, especially if you have the blue electricity stuff. I never remember the name of. Is this the... around here? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I see it. How did I never go over here? Wow, I'm not sure how I missed this. That seems very obvious now. Thank you, Sandra. There we go. And now we can go get these eggs. Yo, where the eggs at, man? Hey, look at that. And we 100% this area. Now we need to leave. remember the quickest way to get back. I think if I just keep going this way, we'll get to the entrance again. I see. Yeah, essentially, I do wish there was a quick option to exit areas. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's either just because that wasn't standard all the time, or maybe in a sense that does interfere with the kind of seamless world philosophy. Like even when, well, aside from there are teleports, so I guess that's not really a good argument. There's still shoutouts that using the teleports is incredibly quick. I still don't know how they manage it. Yep, should have done that. I knew it was going to go Ron as well. Did it anyway. Okay. There we go. Now I know where I am. There we go. Hello. I'm back. Yeah, Sunshine saying, yeah, Jak 2 and 3 have seamless areas too, but the hidden load-in zones are a lot more obvious. Like, had a Jak 2 disc that was a bit fucked up, and certain doors I'd come up to just took forever to actually open, stuff like that. Yeah, when I played through Prince of Persia: Warrior Within, both I think all the PS2 games, that trilogy has systems like that. But Warrior Within has like a, not as much as this. It's a bit more of a pseudo open map. You're often gated in a lot of parts, but you know it's at least the levels are set out in a way where there is a certain amount of free navigation you can do. But because they've done that, the first game, you know, Sands of Time had the obvious loading corridors where they would put obstacles, so going through the corridor would take a bit longer. But you were never really going through them more than like one or two times. Whereas in Warrior Within, some of those corridors you go through like 10, 20 plus times. So it gets really obvious that the traps they put there to make you, like, you know, slide along a wall or have to do stuff is just to make the map not have load times, and it would have been better to have load times.
Here is another power cell for your quest.
Thank you. Trying to think if I want to give him, you know, I'll do this one now.
I offer you a power cell.
There we go. I think I've got enough now that if I do run into more NPCs that want, yeah, 300, that's enough to help if NPCs come up again. Alright, let's get back onto the main progress area. I think you told me, Sandra, that in the hover bike area where there's that yellow switch, you mentioned me missing the part where that activates, but I assume I haven't done that yet, right? Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, it's because they brought this guy back. Like, look at that. Again, I'm playing off a hard drive, but still. Okay, have I... Okay, that Oracle guy wants orbs again. But we, I need to actually look around this area. Oh, I like this cave.
Hey, Gordy, I think we got visitors.
You think, Willard? Howdy, strangers. Passing through? Us too. Well, we gotta be moving on. Nothing to see here.
I thought you said this was a priceless gem worth...
Willard!
Actually, we want power cells, not gems.
We got 4 of them. You want them?
What Birdbrain here is trying to say is, we may have a few power cells.
Oh, he's a literal
around,
bird brain.
And we might be willing to part with them for 90 orbs each.
Where have I heard that before? Hey, how do you two geniuses expect to get that big gem out of here anyway?
Well, smarty pants, we got 12 more years of digging to figure that out.
Gordy, wouldn't it take less time if you dug too?
Look at that, he's secretly the smart one.
Oh, all right already. Here's a power cell for those.
Oh, I like his green highlights on his mustache, though. That's a fun look. Yeah. I knew I had one more echo vent. I assume it's further ahead than I am.
Oh, all right already. Here's a power cell for those orbs of yours.
Oh, okay. That's a bit weird. I thought I was going to get a different cutscene there. But they have another? Well.
Oh, all right already. Here's a power cell for those orbs.
Okay, no wonder they didn't make multiple cutscenes, because I guess these guys just have tons of them on. Fair enough. Okay, now I need to go and find more. Oh, okay. Sandra says, this feels like we didn't have time to hide more cells, so here's these guys with 4 of them. Yeah, I could see that. I feel like at that point you could have just cut the amount down then. Okay, I had to check. Those are bad.
I've reactivated the gondola. It can take you to Snowy Mountain. Use it whenever you want.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to Snowy Mountain yet.
Hey guys, by my calculations, it's going to take 72 power cells to fuel the heat shield against the lava on the way to Gaul and Maya's citadel.
Okay, I'm not that far off from 72. Oh. That was my fault, but that's really funny. I don't know why. I assumed I could have just walked on the rails fine, but I guess they actually modeled the gaps between the wood. Because you can walk on them fine here. They're more spaced out later on, I see. Okay. Okay, not quite the minecart section I was expecting. Oh, it's the lava tube. Well, I want to explore this area more, so we'll go lava tubing later on. I'm going to explore this area a bit, and then I think I'll have a quick be right back, because I'm going to get another drink. Make an iced coffee. Yeah, this is painfully slow. I get why someone would rather do it on foot and then risk dying. I wonder why it's this slow. They could have sped these up a tiny bit and made the platforming still work. Yippee! Okay, there's one more orb thing there that I haven't figured out what it is yet. Oh, there you go. This one's moving at a proper pace. Look at that. Wish they all moved this quick. Oh, hello, Spider Cave. Nice. Okay. Sandra says, I think the free paid sales are the last ones of that kind. I could see that being the case. So what is that? 240, 350, 350 more. Hey, look at that. Okay, give me a... Well, hang on. I'm gonna look at the map again. I have to open my copy. Have a looky. Does this make you mad, Sony? I have the map. I can look at the map anytime I want. Try and DRM that, you idiot. Okay. Paper rustling sounds. Oh, you know what? The tube. The tube's not on the map. We got the spider cave. I see that. I see the snowy mountain. And then I see the citadel. And I think that's it. If the tip is that if I go to this area I can't get all the stuff there yet, then that's a tip I'm fine with. Like if I should go to the fire tube or the snowy mountain first, that I don't mind. I think that's a good tip. Okay. Yeah, I'll do snow area first. What about the fire tube? Is there anything cool there? What's... I'm reading the back of the box, actually. I haven't probably looked at this. An epic adventure. When did it happen? When epic became a noun? It used to be a noun and it became an adjective. I want to know when that happened. A vast, amazing universe to explore. A best friend who coughs up furballs. You're about to go on a very special journey. Hi there, I'm Daxter. And, you know, always have 3 toes and a problem with excessive body hair, you know. I used to be just like you, well, with a better looking version of you anyway. That's very bold to say, considering that I've seen what you look like. And I need your help to turn back to my old self. I can't wait to be me again. I never realized using litter trays and eating marrowbone jelly could be so little fun. I don't think you have to do that stuff, Daxter. You could just use the toilet still, you weirdo. You get to be Jack, the guy with the big hair. He gets to do all the cool stuff. like piloting a grab zoomers. Oh shit, this game predicted zoomers. And riding fluts. So, think you could help me out there? If you hadn't played the game, that means nothing. Your adventure will take you from forbidden jungle to underwater ruins, through fiery canyons and over snowy mountains. You'll make many fantastic discoveries and learn of a sinister plot to change your world for all time. And eventually you will be forced to make a terrible choice. Holy shit. That's foreboding. Okay. Okay. This might be splitting hairs. I want to ask you this, and this is not a spoilery question. Also, I noticed you up there. Oh shit, that almost went bad. Okay. When we define the word sex pest, does a sex pest have sex? Because I might not know what that word means then. Because in my head, let me against my better judgment, sex pest define. Okay, no. Urban Dictionary tells me I'm wrong. Okay. I don't know why. In my head, I thought it meant someone like being promiscuous, but in a negative sense. Like with negative connotations. But no, it just means you're you know, just objectify women and you're only into women for that reason, like, which makes sense. I understand it now. Well, you say he doesn't get any. I know he gets a lady friend technically, which is weird. Okay. I wonder what the other orb thing is here. I just want to quickly look around, see if there's anything I missed here. Yeah, no, I have no explanation for why that's what I thought a sex pest was. I guess I was thinking of like sex addict.
Dark eco crystals?
Hey guys, keep collecting power cells. They're the key to continuing our journey north.
Great balls of eco! There seems to be a large lurker presence in the spider caves.
Great. Sounds like a real cheery place. Let me guess. There are spiders in the spider caves, right?
Of course there are spiders in spider caves. But that's the least of your problems. The lurkers are after crystals of concentrated dark eco. You've got to destroy the crystals before those monsters get their hands on them. Up to it!
Fair enough. I always have trouble getting out these houses. I never know where to go. Also, yeah, you have told me that, yeah, once he finds his lady, he does seem to calm down a bit. Which I guess, you know, fan theory time. Maybe he wasn't in the, you know, it never was about the sex. The deep sexual lore of Daxter. So I just wanted to say a sentence, it's ridiculous. Anything down here? Oh no, I've been down here. Okay, I'll figure out what the power cell quest is in this area later. Yeah, see, Naughty Dog is like, oh, we only care about like mature, deep games with big emotional themes. Look at this unresolved stuff from Jak and Daxter. Get to it, cowards. I like we're getting the sleigh bells in the soundtrack now. Oh, never mind. Again, it's obvious loaded masking, but it's cute to see those little animations. Oh. Get out of here. Damn it, I just want to... Are they going to keep respawning? They are. Okay. I'm going to have to be quick about this then. Look at that. You can... Look, you can see the low detail version of the level down there. They actually did model it. You can see a bit where they've simplified stuff. Also, yeah, you can't really see the rest of the island. Yeah, no, when this kind of stuff in video games where they let you look where you've been before, God of War is really good about that. And Shadow of Colossus. But especially God of War. Like, God of War is really good for that sense of scale where they constantly let you see areas you've been to. And it is one of my favourite things in video games. Something you can only really do in an interactive medium. Okay. So yeah, just give me a couple of minutes. I'm just gonna go get a cool drink because it's a hot one, let me tell you. And then we'll do this snow area, and then we'll see from there. So yeah, give me just about 5 minutes. This game is for grandmas who go to buy video games for their kids, and they're like, "Oh, can you go buy me the Tony Hawk skateboarding game?" And then they see this and they're like, "Oh, he likes The Simpsons. I'll get him this one instead."
Everyone duck but me.
Like, that's who this game is for. Though, to really form my opinion on it, but it has announcement done by Mean Gene Okerlund, rest in peace, of like WWF fame. Hopefully nothing came out bad about him recently, because I'm going to regret saying that. And then Dragon Guard 2. Along with Dragon Guard 1, which I'll try and pair them up if I can remember where I put Dragon Guard. There we go. Let's look at the other, the Miss Piggy and the Fonzo, whatever. The Gonzo table quick. Oh god, this table looks even worse. And the audio is so crusty. You could get way better audio than this out of a Game Boy Advance. They must have took up like file size space. Either because they've got too much audio samples or the way they've done the graphics. They put that in a really rough spot. Keep it going. Keep it going. Ah. Tried to do the 900. Did not work out. Okay, I'm just gonna stop the music here. Because that's gonna play. Alright, well, that was the PlayStation 2 tier list. I hope you enjoyed it. And, you know, I'm back in all my vizier, my glory. And, oh wait, hang on, I put the wrong camera on again. Sorry. Let me fix it. There we go. Sorry, that's the wrong camera. I know what happened there. Oh, I keep doing that. I'm not used to being on camera. I forget which camera to look at. That camera just makes things look weird. I look really small in that camera. Oh yeah, this song's good. Now weird. Oh, that was fucking terrifying. That scream. Let's watch a replay, I guess. That shook me to my core. I did not like that.
Hello! That was so good. That was amazing. Oh, the other, you know, the opponent's ships. Oh. Did I break the game? Oh, what the fuck happened there?
You have to nail it. Oh my god. I'm trying to turn away, and he's getting stuck on the ramp, his arm. Oh my god, this fucking game.
Okay.
Oh, well, that was a good start. Ah! What? What happened? Okay, I guess there was an explosive thing I shot, but that just looked like the zombie blew up.
There's usually, like, if you can figure out, like, there's usually a sweet spot for every character. Oh, nice! Look at that! That was awesome!
Hello, I'm back. I'm, got my iced coffee. I am ready. Okay, yep, I had to know. Maybe more careful about his inputs. Oh, okay. Slam attack, not that good in combat, turns out. Okay. At least not when a group of enemies are around. I'm gonna farm some health for a tiny bit. Oh, never mind. You know, that's smart. I was wondering if they were gonna play the cutscene, and then I realised, well, he'd be clipping, wouldn't he? And someone thought of that. There we go. Nah, nothing cool that way. I keep forgetting there are so many weird moves. There's this move, which I, like, never do. I don't know if it's... yeah, the uppercut. I have no idea what its actual utility is.
Say goodnight, Jack.
Hey, look at that. It worked because I died on that ledge over there. Oh, fuck you, buddy. Oh, right, yes. Sandra points out the uppercut is used for exactly once at the beach to raise those pillars at one time. Yep, that's the and it was such a one time, I completely forgot about it until you mentioned it. Whoa. Really? Don't know what that thing is. Oh, icy bridge. Oh, oh, thank fuck they've got the ledge grab in this one. Oh, okay. Let's just do it from here. There we go. Much simpler. Yeah, right, yep. Yeah, Crash 2 and 3 did have the ice levels, yeah. I'm betting I have to turn all these off for a power cell. Sorry, I'm just looking at what part of the previous level area they actually do render in. It's interesting to see. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Not the worst ice physics I've dealt with. And yeah, Sandra points out something that's very true. When you were a kid who had just come from PlayStation 1 games to this, these views were insane to me. Yeah, no, it's... Hang on, I'm gonna have some of my drink. I should have grabbed water as well, because I'm not thirsty, but... Yeah, it's... I don't know how hard it is, because I've not really had to try with someone. But I do worry it's... Just a... Well, not worry, but it's just... Feels like it's going to be so hard to impart onto younger generations how big, how fast this medium was accelerating between generations. It's... Like... let me think. The main thing I always remember, right, is someone points out, go from Final Fantasy IV to Final Fantasy VII. And that was only a few years, or Final Fantasy VII to Final Fantasy X, right? And then you compare that to now, where, you know, the distance between games apart and you don't see much in terms of big advancements with them. You know, where like graphical quality has plateaued in many ways. Like, there are still improvements being made, but it's at such minuscule levels now. And it's mostly more about optimization and other things. And we haven't had any, like, big tech improvements. There was a time where people thought RTX rendering was going to be that. You know, doing more realistic lighting stuff. And it looked like it had potential. But then, it just seemed like people didn't know how to use it properly. Because I saw some amazing examples early on. But then it seemed like companies felt like, oh, okay, we can just slap this on and then we don't have to do any work making our lighting look good or tuning the system in any way. That, and I think, like, the hardware just wasn't ready for it. Like, I've seen the RTX patches, like the Capcom, like, RE Engine games have had, and that looks terrible. Like, worse than faked reflections looked in older generations. Even the MT Frameworks, like, double rendering version looked better than what they were showing for, like, what was it called? Devil May Cry 5's Special Edition. But yeah, let me quickly look that up. Final. So yeah, Final Fantasy 4, 91. Right? Final Fantasy 10, 2001. That's a 10-year gap. And then what was, like, the last Final Fantasy 10 years ago? Final Fantasy 15. Like, think of the gap between those. Or just think of the difference between Final Fantasy 6 to Final Fantasy 10. And that's not what gaming is anymore. It's not those differences anymore. The leaps aren't that big, going from, you know, the rudimentary 2D era into, you know, when you could actually start doing proper art style and art direction and things like that. Then into rudimentary 3D. Because I would say more than any other generation, you know, at the time, the going from 2D systems to 3D was seen as the biggest leap. But I think in retrospect, going from the rudimentary 3D of the PlayStation 1, the Nintendo 64, and the Sega Saturn, do I want to go that way? I don't know if I want to go that way. To PlayStation 2, GameCube, and original Xbox, I think that change is unparalleled. That is such a huge leap. And, you know, never say never, but I do wonder if any medium is ever gonna have advances like that. You know, I would even say VR, for example, which did improve quite rapidly once we got to... You know, VR has... You know, people have been trying to do VR stuff for decades. Even when video games weren't really 3D most of the time, they were still trying to do VR for some reason. But when we got to, like, the mid-2010s, and it became something that, you know, the general audience could actually afford and play, and, you know, mainstream hardware developers were making it. Yeah, I'm going to go down this way first. So now, there has been advancements and improvements, but it's still not anywhere close to the changes that we saw between PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. Ah. I had less health than I thought. Okay, where did it put me? Okay, I remember where I am now. And I'd even say just the improvements over time on the system might also be unparalleled. Like, you don't see that as much anymore. I feel like it's yeah, I look at PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, and you do see advancements over time, but it definitely feels like what you can do with those systems, they capped out on it far quicker. Granted, generations also just last longer now as well. Even if you ignore the real world stuff going on right now that's fucking with like hardware prices. There is they just, you know, people stick with systems for longer, developers work with them for longer. You know, the PlayStation 2 stuck around for a long time, but consider that oh wow, this guy, I forget what game, but
Maybe Radico can defeat this guy.
oh, okay. But we're still at a point where a decent amount of video games, Rayman 3, it's just his mechanic. It's very Spyro. But I think there was a Crash enemy that had a similar gimmick as well. I do want to check out the like 3D Rayman games at some point in this series of ranking the PlayStation 2 stuff I'm doing here. Okay, that should be enough to go over there. Nice. But yeah, you know, outside of a specific few, alright, can I... You know, outside of some games, typically the first party ones or the really big name ones, but there are still a lot of games that are just, yeah, no, we release on Nintendo Switch 1, PlayStation 4, base Xbox One. The base Xbox Ones are especially interesting because that system was kind of outdated when it launched. It was already... You know, it only took a couple of years for games on that system to already be like, yeah, no, these specs are not enough for competing with anything that's coming out these days. I gotta figure out where I am, because that checkpoint put me in an odd place. Okay, put me up here. I was thinking about it when we did the Mighty No. 9 epilogue history on the Bad Game Hall of Fame stream last night, where I mentioned about playing Recall. That gets a 2016 game, and playing it on base Xbox, even the updated version. Okay, I've got to do something else here, I assume, or this is just for fun. But even playing the like the fixed version on base Xbox One, that still feels like a game that is too compromised on that system. Like, the load times are still horrendous. The resolution and some of the graphical downgrades are real rough looking. So I'm just saying 3D Rayman is fun. I like 2 and 3 for both for different reasons. Yeah, I don't hear people talk about the third one as much, and I'm curious about it. And I know, oh, I like the extra attack you get with this. Rayman 2 is a very strange game because I think pretty much every release is slightly different in different ways, where they'll have some different levels, different amount of collectibles, or they'll add voice acting. It's very strange. I've heard people suggest that instead of doing that weird Rayman Legends reimagined, they should make a version of Rayman 2 that just has all the version differences put into one game. So you're like, okay, so here's every collectible that was in any version. Here's the voice acting. Here's these, you know. I forget what the name of it is. Killing Time? I think that's the name of it. It was like a 3DO Doom clone that used FMV actors for some of the monsters and the cutscenes. And the PC version actually had quite different level design. And the recent remaster, that I forget the name of the studio that does all those remasters, the Keck Engine guys, kind of combines the two in terms of like the level design and stuff. Though I think there is a way to play like a purist version as well, where it's just the 3DO version. Night Dive, that's their name. Came to me yet. Give me the egg. Ah. Jumping on these ones when the ice is around is not fun. I don't think. Because you need some momentum to get over the barrier. But then you lose a lot of the control. Oh. Okay. The roll actually kind of is the big thing here. You move a lot better with the roll. Yeah, let's go up this way next. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta pay attention more, but I think this game actually does dynamic resolution stuff more often than I realized. I mostly noticed it where the frame rate would drop because it was more noticeable there. Okay, and then... Oh, okay, that's trickier than it looks. But it actually happens often. Like, I'm noticing it when you get to this area sometimes. Like, just when you jump, it will drop. Fascinating game. Like, yeah, if you watch the platform, you can kind of see when the horizontal lines, like, appear. I think that's what's going on, at least. That, or maybe it's just the de-interlacing effect is a bit wonky with this. Because it's a 60 frames per second game. This is getting into real nerd shit, but, how 60 frames per second worked on progressive scan systems is very wonky sounding when it's described. But the way it would work is... So, the way interlaced imaging works for a video signal is that the whole frame is not drawn at once. It's drawn in over time. And when I say time, we're talking literal milliseconds. It's drawn in over time as lines. So, but the TVs are designed to display in a way where you don't notice it. But, and I can probably show it if I use my RetroTink here. No, not that saying. I always forget where it is. Oh, here we go. Oh, I don't think you can really turn it off. But yeah, you could kind of see it here. If I swap to this, you notice how there's like... You can see like blinding effects all over the place. It's mostly if I swap to weave, that's where you notice it. Because when you most modern TVs can do de-interlacing, but when you put this stuff into capture cards, they don't really know how to deal with it. That's why I have the RetroTink, because it takes care of it for me. And it's a lot better than any of the deinterlace effects that are built into OBS. But when it came to 60 frames per second games, the thing is that CRTs, you know, the big tube TVs that did interlaced video, they technically can't output 60. They didn't. First off, they didn't use frames. They used fields, which is a weird distinction, but it doesn't always matter. But it matters for this point. But they would actually display 30 fields a second. So the way you would do 60 is that every even line would be the first frame of the image, and then the second, all the odd, so like odd frames would be the first. No, hang on. I gotta lay this out in my mind so I can say it right. So every odd line would be the first frame of the image. If you get your fingers out and put them sideways, imagine that's every odd numbered line. And then frame 2 is rendered on every even line, and the images intersect and swap out constantly. So when you deinterlace 60 FPS, it's why you're sometimes still a little bit of the interlaced lines will come through the image. There's only so much you can do. It's why it's cool when PlayStation 2 games do have a progressive scan mode, which is very forward thinking. That's why I'm really fascinated by that stuff in particular, because that was at least some attempt by the console manufacturers to future-proof their systems. You know, knowing, okay, the vast majority of players are going to be playing these on composite. Which, funny enough, I think using the RetroTink, I can actually make this output as composite. No, not that way. There we go. This is basically what this game would have looked like through composite. You know, the resolution probably looks a bit better, but you can see it's lower resolution. The colors are not quite the same. That's why I love this thing. Is it lets you swap to a version that looks, whereas this is, you know, the full image quality, the full color, things like that. But even though, you know, the vast majority of people would have been playing these systems through composite, that's, if you ever had them back in the day, that was just a yellow cable, just the one cable for the video signal. And I believe I could be wrong, I think composite resolution is 240 high. I don't think it's 360. I could be wrong though. It's either 240 or 360. But I want to say it's on the lower end of that. Also, let me go back here because I think I missed one of these. And a good example of this, for example, is so all PlayStation 2 systems can do progressive scan if you have either the component cables out. Component cables is the video signal is split into 3 cables. You have a green, blue, and red one, and they send each color separately, and also outputs at higher resolutions. I think technically the PlayStation 2 does not output in full 480 signal. I think it's technically slightly lower, and then it upscales a little bit. I could be wrong about that though. But we'll just say for the sake of argument it outputs 480. Or if you had RBG or RGB SCART, that's more of a European thing. But you know, you didn't have to use component. There was a couple of ways. But the other systems actually are more restrictive about it. So I don't know why this is the case, but the GameCube, the Japan and North American version of the system, can output in progressive scan. They completely removed the option in the PAL release, even though the console is still technically able to. Let me... Why can't I kill that guy? Oh, whatever. Okay, these are all pressed down still. That's good. And that's the same for the original Xbox. That the PAL system can technically do it, but they disabled it on the operating system level. In fact, a lot of the PAL games actually support progressive scan output. Again, if you're unsure what progressive scan means, that's just the way modern displays work, where the entire frame is rendered at once, as opposed to, you know, from top to bottom. Okay, I assume I want to carry this power up over. Okay, I gotta kill the other goon first. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, I was worried I wasn't gonna make that. Nice. And, here's another example for how rare the progressive scan stuff is. At some point, the GameCube actually removed that functionality. At a certain point, the later revisions weren't compatible with the progressive scan cable. And according to Nintendo, less than 1% of players even used it, which I imagine that's based on their sales tracking for how many they sold. And to be, at least in this case, Nintendo would have had accurate tracking for that, because their system was weird, where you had the cable itself had encoding technology in it. So the system on its own couldn't do progressive scan. The cable had to do some of the work, and at least when it was current, no third-party makers could figure out how to make their own version that would work with it. That might not be the case anymore, but I think when the system was current, that like third parties just never cracked how that system worked, which is a devious method of control. Probably much like most of the levels of control that the GameCube had, probably hurt them in the long run, because, you know, the less options there are to buy the progressive scan cables, the less people who are gonna fucking use the system in that way. It doesn't just you don't just get all the customers, oh, okay, we'll just all buy the official cable. That's not how that works. But, you know, it's not like this industry ever learns from their mistakes. And the difference here is that, yes, the PlayStation 2, even the PAL PlayStation 2, does do progressive scan. The amount of games that supported it is, you know, is minor. It's very small compared to the full NTSC list. There are 1 or 2 games that only the PAL version supports progressive scan, which is very funny. But you go from hundreds of games to about like 40 is the difference. Oh, okay. That's a bit of a mean checkpoint, but whatever. There we go, head back this way. But again, I find it so fascinating because this, you know, progressive scan output wasn't the norm for a long time. even at the start of the 7th generation, you know, what we consider the HD consoles, there were still a lot of people, myself included, who were still playing on, you know, tube TVs with composite cables, and there were some early games. We were talking about this recently in something. I think it was maybe a Casual Monday stream. But there were some games that did not account for that. I remember specifically Dead Rising on Xbox 360. The text was basically impossible to read if you were playing it on a CRT. Maybe if you had one of the fancy CRTs that could do 480, like progressive scan or 480 maybe, but my understanding is no, it's just, unless you were using a HD TV, the text was just too small. And Mass Effect 1 was another one. And then a rarity, Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of the few games that actually accounts for being able to be played on a CRT in the, you know, the lower resolution. They actually do resize the text and everything, which is cool. Alright, there's that. I'm not going to risk it, I don't think. Probably not going to be able to get in there. Okay, I think we're just going to head down the mountain again. Stop the last lurker glacier troop. Open the frozen crate. Okay. Ah! Nothing in the ball hole. Okay. No, I don't think I want to go back down there. At least not yet. Woo! Wait. Yeah, let's go this way. I don't know what I was doing there. Just... Okay, at some point I must activate this. And there's that frozen crate. Oh, whatever. I always forget the long jump has quite a lot of wind up in this. Because you have to do the full roll animation first. Yep, this is where I wanted it to be so I could do this. Yep. No worries, Sandra. I remembered where this guy was. That's where I was heading. Yippee! God, it's so fucking hot. Sorry to bring it up so much, but it's hard to think about. And my fan that does the cooling thing is only helping so much. In fact, it's not got much water left in it. Okay, you can see some of that starting area a bit better from here. Also, I can hear it. Hang on, let me... Nice. Alright, 2 more. So I'm just like, it's okay here now, but we're going to hit wave next week, I think. The problem is that it's not even the worst it's been. It's just my family lineage seems to be descended from a lot of Scotland people, Highland people. And I don't know how we ended up in the part of the UK we were in. But we were in the area that often breaks it's the hottest place every year. It's not the hottest place that's ever been in the UK. At least not yet. Fucking fingers crossed on that. But year after year, it's usually, oh, this is the area that reported the highest temperature this year. And it sucks. It's not a great reason to move, especially because, you know, I'd be leaving every single person I know around here. But a part of me would move if only to go somewhere with a very different climate. Heck, I'd move to Scotland even. Though that's a bit more work than it sounds like, even though it's part of the UK. Alright, one sec. Do I want to hint? Not quite yet. I'm just getting my bearings right now. I'll see. Just wanna relook through some stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, this cave. Right, and I've respawned everything. Yeah, it's a chill snow stage. I haven't done it in a while, but sometimes, as silly as it sounds, I do like to play video games with a lot of snow in them when it's hot. Yeah, that was on me. Okay. Yeah, get out of here. This, I assume, gets opened up at some point. Oh! I didn't know the long jump could do damage. Also, that was sneaky. I only just noticed that. I wonder if that was the thing you were gonna hint at. Can I jump on this? Yes and no. Oh. The ice really fucked me over there. But yeah, I could be wrong. I think I looked up because the thing I brought, the fan type I have, isn't very descriptive about how it works. But I think the way it works is there's a filter in the back, and when you have water with the ice coolers in, the mesh is supposed to cool the air it brings in. So it's, you know, not amazing, but it's at least some form of air cooling. Because at first I was completely wrong. I thought it was literally dispersing like water into the air, which would have been not very good for this room, but I don't believe that's how these work. There we go. All these sounds going off. Maybe the cutscene audio desync there. I do find it interesting how much of this game seems to have all this stuff around these precursor folk, but it doesn't actually really mention much of it in the story. There's obviously not much. But the characters aren't constantly talking about the ancient technology. It only comes up a little bit. Guess they're going for like a more environmental storytelling bin. Okay. Let me see. Do I remember the 21st of September? No. Where that cave was that had the frozen thing. Oh, should have done that. Also, yeah. I'm very glad this game has infinite lives. It took different studios a certain amount of time. But this was definitely around the time where the idea of games having limited lives was passé. You know, speaking of Mighty Number 9, I really don't think that game justifies it at all. God, it's a weird thing where I can totally understand why some people think that game's not as bad as people say. But I do think it has glaring design issues, and more specifically, it seems to be designed in a way that's just almost by design not what I like in video games. Like, just some of its ideas are stuff that in particular irks me. You know, a lot of the trial and error design, needing prerequisite knowledge and memorization to get past obstacles and bosses. And then, yeah, what they wanted out of the dash mechanic and things like that. There we go. Alright. So 2 more of those. Oh, a lot more eggs. And then we're missing... Open the Lurker Fort Gate. The scouts. And then, yeah, there's something here in the middle. Yes, I'll just say, yeah. For me, My Number 9 is a game that is fun once you learn how to handle its BS and polytelegraph rules. That in itself makes it a bad game, no. That shouldn't be an obstacle for... Yeah, that's why I ended up disliking the game more once I played it more off-stream. Is because I did figure out how the game wants to be played. And it wasn't in a way that... You know, I just in my own didn't find it fun, but the fact that there was such a specific way that the game requires you to play bothered me so much. And the stuff that I ran into of just like, oh yeah, by the way, the rules of the game will change on you, and there's nothing to indicate to you that that's happened. You just have to know the game is just doing bullshit rule changes. Okay, not this, but here, we'll get these health fins while I'm here. I know roughly the area I need to go to. Obviously, I need to get in here at some point, but I haven't figured out how you open that gate yet. But there was another area that I started to go through. And I've got to remember where that is now. I went off the path and now I gotta get back to it. I think, yeah, the lower area here I have completely done. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I think this is it. Let's see. We'll find out soon enough. Oh, wait, where am I? Yep, there we go. I knew there was an area I hadn't been. Okay, not that. Oh. Oh. I was trying to think because of the PlayStation 2. I know there are some Mega Man games on PlayStation 2. Not that many, actually. What is there? There's X7, X8, and then I forget what it's called. Battle Command? I think that's on PlayStation 2. The RPG turn-based one. Or maybe that's just GameCube. Could be wrong. I just realized this thing is like a blue chocobo. Or as I prefer to say, chocobo. Don't like choke. Chocobo. How do you say chocolate? Is it chocolate or chocolate? I was actually trying to think if there was a game that would have, you know, outside of the Mega Man X games on PlayStation 2 that someone would say is of that style. I guess there's the two Contra games. I was thinking of that, and I was also thinking of Binding of Isaac, because I brought it on Casual Monday recently, and yes, I've been playing a lot of that off stream on my new fresh save. And I was trying to think, like, actually, I wonder what would be the closest to that on PlayStation 2. That's such a specific thing, so that's a weird sentence to say. But I think it's... I forget the exact name of it. It's sort of something. But, you know, it's one of those, like, top-down, turn-based dungeon crawlers where the dungeons are procedurally generated. Basically what Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is, that series. There's a game like that on PlayStation 2. Okay. Okay, I'm assuming whatever this is in that main area. Hey, that's nice of them. Look at that, they're taking me back up. That's something I actually do think is weird to think about. It is... Maybe because I wasn't that into the series, I felt a bit more cynical about it. But when there was that period where Mega Man fans felt like they were in such a bad... Like, oh, the series is in such a bad place. Inafune left. Mega Man Legends 3 got cancelled. And they're not making new games. And the only time they show Mega Man is his bad box art Mega Man from Street Fighter X Tekken. And at some point I was looking into that, and then I looked into how many Mega Man games in all the series, like the various different series versions, had come out. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You have so many games that have come out in the last, like, 20 odd years. There are some franchises and series that have not had new entries or much love in so much longer. Like, especially I think as a Silent Hill fan, that especially pissed me off. It's like, oh yeah, oh boo fucking who. We've had bad games for the past... Last good Silent Hill was almost a decade ago. And you're moaning because you went 3 years without a new Mega Man game. Like, if this had happened later, you know, how long it took them to get around to Mega Man 11, I would have got it. Okay. Probably just doing some scoping out here. But it legit bothered me. Okay, that was probably not the move. I can't believe I didn't realize earlier that the long jump is an attack, technically. That's actually a very good attack. Okay, I have got to go back up. Okay, at some point, I do need to get the blue spark down. And yeah, it was poor timing because it's something that would have been put into production long before any of the trouble happened. And, you know, it's... Capcom had that weird feeling of like, yeah, we didn't really think... Okay, that charge does not last long at all. So, I'm going to leave that for now. And do the other part of this area. Like, Capcom have come out and straight up said that they felt like... I can't remember if Dark Cloud is the exact phrase they used. But that kind of the spirit of Inafune was hovering over the series. You know, that it was like his territory. And that there'd been such feelings of him leaving Capcom and the shit he was saying about them, that people felt like, well, we can't touch it. And it took them a very long time to get over that. And even then, they're still not that active with it. Like, you know, granted they did do all of the collections, re-releasing all the games, which is neat. I'm not sure how good all of them are, but it's, you know, it's good that people have that option. Oh, that was a big, big slowdown resolution drop area there. Interesting. Oh, that's just gonna do that over and over. Okay.
Step 1, stay alive. Step 2, think about not doing something like that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Daxter. Let you down. Yeah, we keep getting closer with no games. Mega Man 11 was 2018. Didn't they announce something new recently? Or am I making it up? I thought they did announce something. But it's not called Mega Man 12. I remember it having a different name. I do find it particularly interesting that they don't seem to be doing anything with Mega Man X, because I feel like that is the series that people would actually want back. I get it a bit with the Mega Man Legend fans, but I'm also under the impression there may be a smaller subset of the fan base than they realize. I could be wrong on that, but that's the impression I get. Oh, I did activate the shortcut pillar. Yep. No. I didn't realize that's what that was. For some reason in my head, I thought it was, oh, I'm going to push an object on top of it. And it's going to rise up. I don't know why. Nice, nice. Alright. So it's just that power cell over there. Okay. Spin, spin, spin. Oh! I'm getting flashbacks of Catwoman and how much harder it was to do the pole swinging, and in this it's so much easier. There we go. So that's all the power cells. The only thing left, I guess, is these. How do I get this that charge down there? That's the last thing I want to do here, even if I do end up missing other eggs here. Oh, okay. That was easier than it looked. Hey, look at that. Boom. 100%. Alright, how do I get out of here? There must be some kind of way out of here, said the Joker to the thief. But he didn't tell me which way to go, so... I think this is it. Yeah. There it is. There's my gondola. Oh, I love what the enemies just freeze in place when you do this. Yippee! Okay, so what we gotta do here? Yeah, 90 orbs for the miners. Yeah, 240 for that, and whatever that power cell is. Okay, do I remember where the miners were? Not that way, I don't think. I'm gonna go see them first. Also, yeah, we can go back to the mountain pass. I think before we go to the spider cave, we'll do that. I just gotta remember where the miner cave is. Oh, I was right here.
Oh, yeah, I got it this time. Here's a power cell. Yeah, what he said. That's it. You cleaned us out. No more power cell.
Are these... This might be a reach. Are these guys supposed... Okay, hang on. Let me look at the other guy. A bit. Nah, he doesn't really have a mustache. I was trying to figure out if they're supposed to be like a Mario Brothers parody in a very vague way. This guy definitely gives me Super Mario Brothers Super Show vibes.
Why don't you two make yourselves useful? Lurkers have been excavating the dark caves over there. Seems they're looking for precursor artifacts. They can have the artifacts for all I care.
For all we care.
Willard, feed your bird. All I care about are gems. But I ain't gonna be able to get the cave's gems, because when they're through, they're gonna collapse the place. If you take out the lurkers chewing at the support beams, you could save the cave for me. Now beat it!
Alright. I think he was talking about the spider cave. It's in the same way that the, I don't remember their names, but the villain trio from the Yataman series are the inspirations for Wario and Waluigi. In a, like, when you see them side by side, you can see it, but it's not so on the nose that someone would claim that they're, you know, rip-offs, you know. Alright, enjoy the ride. I'm curious, Sandra, if you know what this last power orb here is. That's not the two... What's this thing called again? The Oracle? Yeah. Okay, in this hub area... Oh, right. I said, you know, I said I wasn't going to do this spider cave first, but never mind. I guess we are, because I got distracted. Oh, now that is very Crash Bandicoot, the way that guy popped in. I'm just going to hide here. I never noticed this. This is really subtle. If you crouch, Jak starts breathing really heavily. That's so weird. Use your goggles to shoot the gnarling lurkers. Destroy the dark echo crystals. Oh, of course. Everyone knows spiderwebs bouncy. That's just physics. Okay, I see what you mean, Sandra, that yes, he does breathe heavy if you run around for a bit and stand still. Which I always remember Silent Hill being the first game to do that. But look, I'll just stand still for a bit. It doesn't... He just does it every time you crouch, regardless. Just odd. Oh. This is your least like level? We'll see. Early days. I'm not sure if I have at least, like... I guess the bike one... But it's not because I think it's bad, it's just I think it's where the game's age and lack of guidance with a map is where it's like the most it hurts the game. Okay, that's just if you want to go back up that way. Well, let's go this way for now. Oh, you know what? I guess unless the Citadel is going to have one, I guess this game doesn't really have a sewer level. Oh, there's multiple crystals, okay. Maybe that's another minor thing. It'd be nice for these kind of objectives if they gave you a counter, so it said, you know, oh, 1 of 3 kind of thing. It's very minor. That's a very minor complaint. Doesn't make that much of a difference, but could help. What was I doing? What was I thinking? Brain just shut off there. So, oh, I wonder what this does. My canary flew out its cage, I guess. Speaking of. Oh! Well. I guess I'm this side now. Whatever effect they're doing here is kind of trippy when you turn the camera. Not as bad as the skybox is in Dynasty Warriors 2. There we go. Also, yeah. Sandra, been a good point that, yeah, the restarts are super quick. Again, it's weird to think that, but this was the generation where load times actually did get a lot better. People got smart about things because the big change from going from the 2 to 16-bit era going over to PlayStation like CD-based consoles is they had very rough loading times. You know, having to work with CD-based systems and the move over to, you know, PlayStation 2, they managed to really improve on things. Let's get the bearings again. Sure, let's go up here. But yeah, no, this game is really good about how quickly... If anyone knows, I would love to find a good breakdown of how this game is. You know, how it's able to... Don't know how to take those guys out proper, but I managed to take that one out at least. Oh, I see. I was rushing in when I should have just waited. But yeah, just how well the game's able to reload. Hey, it's Clarice. Welcome, it's a hot one. Something about the midday sun, even though it's it's not midnight. It's not midday or midnight here. Oh, fuck that jump up. Right. Okay, that was all user error, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm just rolling around. Not the speed of sound. But at a reasonable pace. Jak and Daxter here. There we go. It's a fun little obstacle. I know I mentioned this in the first part. I am still so confused why Yun Mi thought that the punch, having the dash forward, was bad. I still have no... I can't figure out what I was thinking. I was just an idiot. That's all. That's the only explanation I have. That was a bit weird. Oh, you could hear his death even throughout time. Whatever. I've got the stuff. That's a nice thing as well. They could be way meaner. That if you die before hitting a checkpoint, you lose all your pickups. But, no. They're nice about it. Who are these guys, anyway, that are drilling here that I'm just beating up? Have they done anything wrong? Okay. I'll get those eggs, and then we'll... I think that's the only thing I need to get here. Yeah, I'm saying this game is very casual, and I mean that in a good way, non-derogatory. Yeah. Like, less... Path of least resistance, maybe. No, that's not a great phrasing for it. But, you know, resistance-free. Or just, you know, just let the player do what they want kind of design. You know, understanding that a lot. Like, okay. This I have to bring up just because it's funny, and this will eventually come up on the Bad Game Hall of Fame when we cover his games. But I have to think of David Cage. The main guy at Quantic Dream. There's some interview he gave. I forget when it was. But he gave this, like, really pretentious interview where he talks about how he thinks game overs are a failure of game design. And it's a cringy interview, but I guess in a way, I don't think the point is without merit. I just think he makes it in the most ham-fisted, like, broad stroke way. Because I think there's room for both. I think you can absolutely design a video game built around, you know, having limited tries to do certain things. And it's especially egregious coming from him because they'd been putting out games where if you failed, a lot of the gameplay... Ah, fuck. Segments. You know, I wonder if I can jump that. Hang on. Yes! Nice. That, not only did the story progress, it had no consequence. So, coming from him in particular was just... It was especially rich. It's like... Yeah. It's... It's not just the lack of game overs in Quantic Dream games, it's a lack of consequence. There we go. I was trying to circle around him, but it doesn't really work that way, the way the jump works. Yes, eggs. This in particular really reminds me of some Crash Bandicoot stuff. I forget what the stages are. It's a bit different, but the ones where the camera, it's mostly behind the back, but it also goes sideways, and there's all the wooden bridges like this, and the platforms you'll stand on that'll like zip you out for the levels. Okay. There's a lot of paths to go here. Well, let's just stick to the here. Huh. Yeah, I guess they just... This area is just designed in a way where you can approach it a lot of different ways, though there's not much going on. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Oh. There's more eggs over there. I will say, I did notice I was hitting some draw distance stuff here because some of these eggs were popping out the render distance. I wonder how you get over... Okay. I think I'm seeing the path. They definitely will use the camera work sometimes in smart ways, which is a very Naughty Dog thing to hide stuff when they realize, you know, we need to cut down on things to help with the rendering and all that. Okay, let's go this way. Yeah, there they are. A class mentions, I saw a game I thought you might like. Pandora's Tower for Wii. Kind of reminds me of Eco. Yeah, I can't remember why. We were talking about that recently. I think Sharky brought it up. Oh yeah, because there's like social aspects where there's a character you talk to, and it's technically optional. But if you ignore her, you essentially cut the game off early and get a bad ending. But I actually do have it. That was one of the... What's it? Project Rainfall? The games that Nintendo put out on the Wii that didn't initially come out for the US. Yeah, I do have it. It's the one Wii game I have that has a black case for some reason. But I've never actually played it. I don't even remember why I brought it. Maybe it was a gift. I don't know. I'll have to check it out someday. I've also got to finish the last story. One of the other ones. Yeah, you're surprised you have it? I'm surprised I have it. I don't remember why I have it. There's a couple of games in my collection where that's just the case. Okay, well those are definitely holes for swinging on. I don't think this is a thing you can grab on, so I'm not going to try. There we go. I was a bit worried because this game didn't teach me any sort of ways to move your momentum. on those. But turns out you can just push the stick in a direction. Okay, that's if I want to go back down, but I don't think I want to go back down yet. Where do I want to go? Oh, okay, okay. I'm actually not sure where to go yet. Maybe I do need to go back down. Ah, look at that. I missed an egg. Missed some eggs. That looks really funny. Just spinning forever. Oh, hello. There's stuff down there. Oh, this is a bit weird. Oh, there we go. That could be a little better. Like, it's a bit more complicated in the button layout, but the fact that Prince of Persia has bespoke buttons for turning around, jumping on poles, it lets you do a bit more movement there that this game doesn't. Unless I'm just missing something and there is a button. Oh. I don't need it, but I don't want to leave that one egg behind. It's going to bother me. I want that egg. There we go. Okay. So we're back up here. Okay, I see where to go next. Whoa! Not there. How do I get back up? What's the quickest way back up? Oh, it is this way. I think it is. Yes. Yeah, because it's over here. Yeah, that I figured out. That the where in the swing you jump changes the trajectory. That's fine. Boom. I actually don't mind this area too much. That might be my hot take. Alright. How we doing? Use your goggles to shoot the gnoll and lurkers. More crystals. Explore the dark cave. Okay. We actually haven't done much of this area yet, all considered. Also, wow, look. There's a fucking egg I missed again. Okay, I think at a minimum, though, this room is done. Just giving a little scout in around. But yeah, I think we can leave that one egg. I think that's worth worrying about. Just giving a thorough check while we're down here. Sorry, I thought I heard an item, but no, I think that's just the soundtrack making... Yep, it's just making digital noises at me. Alright, back to it. Actually, it's reminding me of... What's it? Blighttown in Dark Souls? That's what I'm thinking of. Right, this guy. Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. I'll go back. I'm guessing it's something over there. Better not be because of that egg, because I'm not getting that egg. No, you're good, you're good. We'll take the bomb path. I don't know why, I thought in my head I'd already been this way, but clearly I have not. Are these eggs? Oh, they are, but they're spider eggs. Not the good eggs at all. Oh yeah, I guess careful if you do have a phobia of spiders. I know for some people that can be real bad. Oh. Oh, fuck. I wanted the eggs, man. My eggs. How do I get back that way, I wonder? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, it would have been annoying. No, you're good, Sandra. I was just messing with you. You're all good. That was a good tip. We are getting this egg though.
I think we're in a spider's nest here.
Yeah, we've been here before, Dax. Oh, Daxter. I guess he just wasn't paying attention the first time. Oh, never mind.
I was right behind you, Jack. Really, I was.
Yeah, I'm not even dealing with you. There we go. Oh, I just did not judge that jump properly at all. Alright. Yep, hop on. Back this way we go. Oh, right, I've still got to break those open. Huh. How would I get these? Doesn't seem to be one of those echo fins nearby. We'll worry about it later. Already killed that one. Yeah, I'm curious if the shots can... Oh, they can. Nice. Okay, you have to lead them quite a bit, but... There we go. Yeah, shout out about this first person mode is make use of Jack's goggles. So completely random can sign in them after all. Yeah, I find it funny they even make that distinction. Oh. That feels very Mario 64 inspired, where that like over the shoulder, the camera where you can look around is called Mario Cam. Oh, I'm not leading these shots very well. There we go. I wonder, can I just... Yeah! Okay, is there anything else I can do from here? Nah, probably move on now. Right, you just... Yep, there we go. Oh, hello. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go down around. There we go. I forget, do these things drop eggs or just health? Just health, it seems. Okay, let's not go that way yet. I wonder if I can hit this one. Yep, nice. There we go.
Maybe you can shoot better if you aim through your goggles.
Oh, it's gonna run out. Yeah. I got one shot on them at least. Yeah, we'll head this way. Let's see. That jump was kind of hard to judge, honestly. Okay, it looks at least that these guys, these centipede looking things, do not respawn. I thought they did, but no, I don't think they do. Which is good, because otherwise I'd be very confused. Yeah, we can get this while we're down here. Yeah. Yeah, the lawn spin sound is really good. Where it keeps going. There we go. Okay, so where did I go wrong here? Ah, oh, okay. We can recover from here, I think. Yeah, there's a bit less rhyme or reason with the patterns he's moving. It's just probably the challenge of like, oh yeah, figure out how to pace your jumps for these. Okay. Where'd you go? Yippee! Oh, that's a risky jump. Can I make it? Ah, oh well. I'm not sure how, but sometimes after doing the long jump, I have got the spin to come out. I think? I don't think I'm making it up. I think that has happened a few times. Oh, there's the... Oh yeah, that was bad. Ah, I'm out of drink again. Yeah, more crystals, wherever this dark cave is. I know there's a collectible at the top of this area. Because we missed it. So let's look around a bit. Okay, no, I'm probably meant to go to that platform and jump over there. Just for shits and giggles. No, okay. It was worth one more shot. Not gonna try it again. At this point. Oh, hello. Yeah. Oh, I love when it gets all loud. Alright, I'm over here again. Yes, okay, you found out that Mega Man game? Yeah, Mega Man Dual Override. Yeah, I don't know why it's called that, but that's the one. Okay, so... that's where I want to go. Darn it. Okay, I could see why this area is annoying. Because if you fall, it takes some amount of time to get back up. And the camera, you know, doesn't let you look up and down much, so it can be hard to judge some of those jumps. This would be a nice place to have some sort of shortcut up once you get to a certain point. This is a tricky one to land on. There we go. There we go. Wasn't too bad. Boom. What we got left? The cave, 2 more scout flies, and wherever the last crystal is. Okay, just yeah. Trying to remember if there was anything more this way or if this is the entrance. Okay, no, this is just straight up the entrance. Okay, we gotta go in deeper. I think we'll finish this area off and that'll definitely be it for the night. I need to go shower. I put it off because I knew if I showered too early in the day, I would be just as sweaty within an hour. Unfortunately, it was the case. Which is how hot it's been recently. Okay. Still need to figure out the best way to get that box. Most maze-like? Yeah, I could see that. This ever being very maze-like. Okay, let's go up this way. There's this vent. I don't know if it's close enough, though. Oh, okay, no, this is fine. Nope, maybe not. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, I'm pretty sure we've done everything that way. So now I just need to figure out where this dark cave is. Ah, here we go. No, wait. Is this back here, or does this just look really similar? Oh, I'm back here again. I don't know why, it looked completely different to me. Went all memento on us. Okay. Where are you, Dark Cave? Ah, I think I know where it is now. If I didn't fuck up that jump. I think they indicate with the torches where areas are. Let's see if my assumption is right though. Oh, why did I ledge grab there? I guess I didn't make the jump. Let's see. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. No, nothing here. Is that it? That might be it. Yes, there we go. And I missed the jump. The checkpointing in this room is not great. Because it always sticks you back at the bottom. Which I don't think is great with considering how much progress you can lose. Yeah, I could start to see the issues this area has. And then sometimes the checkpointing is really forgiving and it'll put you like ahead. Like sometimes it'll take me past an area I failed at. Okay, I definitely took the long way to get back up here, but that's fine. Let's play it safe this time. We'll walk around. There we go. Huh, okay. This does look like this is going to be where the final stuff is. Well, while we're doing this, I'll talk about one thing I've been doing off stream, because this area is reminding me a bit of Metroid Prime 2. Oh, look at that cave.
To get some light.
Oh, good advice there. Is, you know, it's my birthday recently, and I did get myself some treats along with the, you know, stuff people brought me. And the main game was getting Metroid Prime 4 for the Switch. Don't have a Switch 2, so got the Switch version. Yeah, I missed that earlier, Crystal. That's on me.
Hey, Jack! Can I, have your insect collection?
Why does Jack have an insect collection, huh? What don't we know? But yeah, I remember hearing some people were kind of down on that game, Metroid Prime 4, thinking it was a letdown, and granted, maybe... with the expectations for how long that game took to come out, maybe it was never going to live up to certain expectations. But from what I've played of it, that game is great. I wouldn't say it's without issue. If I had any issue so far, is that a lot of the collectible power-ups have been very main pathy so far. Not all of them, but the energy tanks definitely have been. Nope. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, for some reason I thought I was going to grab onto that pole, but no. Okay, so I think... yeah, whatever... oh, hello, camera. Whatever the last Dark Crystal is, and then whatever collectibles in here. And I'll probably get this, that power cell you're telling me about there, Sandra, because I'll forget otherwise. Oh, fucking no checkpoint in here, I guess. This reminds me directly, I swear there is a Crash Bandicoot level that basically is this in one of the PlayStation 1 games. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's the other way. Alright. That makes sense. Actually seems better to just ignore the spiders. When I attack them, it just seems to put them in annoying spaces. But, in terms of what I like in Metroid Prime, which are, you know, the very strange alien worlds where you're discovering, you know, like the long-lost ancestry of a culture and the environmental storytelling, that stuff's great. The combat's really good. The way they've done the you know, the elemental combat stuff, like the beams or missiles work a different way from what I've seen, I like. It's definitely seems better than Metroid Prime 2. Even though it's similar in a sense because it has an ammo system, it seems to be way more forgiving than... oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have kept going. Alright, yep. The music especially. There's some amazing music in it. I could see why people might not like the like sand dune map. And it does in some regards it does seem like a weird inclusion. I'm not entirely against the idea, because I think there's a certain feeling of desolation that they were trying to evoke. Even if that might have been partly inferred by coming out on both the Switch 1 and 2. I'll say on Switch 1, it's probably the best looking Switch 1 game I've seen. Because you know, I don't have a Switch 2, I'm not really in the market, mainly because of the cost. Even though it is the cheapest out of the systems, it is one that is still getting more expensive over time. And the games, you know, literally did get more expensive. And it's like, fuck it, we're just... some of our games are just going to cost more because we consider them premium products and that bullshit. So I didn't see much of a need. And from what I looked at comparison footage, the Switch 2 version was basically just, yeah, higher resolution. Maybe some of the textures are less compressed. That's about it. Oh, I was that close as well. But yeah, there's a certain aspect to the deserty stuff that I'm enjoying, because it does make the land feel strange in a lot of the same ways that I really like what Shadow Colossus does with its kind of desolated area. You know, that it's meant to be empty and cold. It's obviously more empty than that. Why can't I make that jump? Am I missing something? But that was user error. But you know, as far as I can see, Metroid Prime 4 on Switch 1 and 2 are barely any different. Oh, a roll jump? I thought I tried that earlier. What am I doing? You can tell I need to wrap up soon because the play is getting sloppier every second. Okay, I guess I just roll jumped too close. Well, not close enough to the edge, I guess.
I think that was the last Dark Eco Crystal.
Boom. Nice. 90. And maybe another complaint I potentially have is going through some of the areas where you can see, oh yeah, there's collectibles here that you won't be able to get until later. I would say in terms of like what Metroid Prime game it's the most like. Actually, let me go back here. I don't need to. Oh, that's the last of these eggs, isn't it? Okay, where's the nearest fire fin? Okay, it's right here. The areas aren't as... Okay, so the progression... You are not aimlessly wandering around as much as you would Metroid Prime 1 or 2. But it's not quite as linear as... as Prime 3 was. It's maybe somewhere between Prime 2 and 3. It definitely handles Pfizer power-up based stuff better than any of the Prime games before. Like, it has some gimmicks that are similar to like the Dark World stuff in Prime 2, where, oh, there's these platforms you can only see with a visor on, but they handle it way better because you can just turn those platforms to stay on. What am I doing? I didn't mean to press that button. What I meant to do is I'm just going to break the box from a distance, and that should be fine. I think this will work. There we go. The aiming is a little touchy when you do really distant shots like that. I mean, I'll say the obvious stuff. There's the Space Federation engineer you meet, Mackenzie. I do not know why he's in the game. It feels very strange when you get to that segment and he's walking you through everything, because I left an egg? Oh, you're right. Because by the time you get to his part, you've already done everything he's walking you through. So I legit don't know why he's in it. And but here's the thing, after that segment, you do not see him much. Wait. Oh! I did leave an egg. I've left one more egg somewhere else, though. Oh, I remember where I left it. The one we're not going back for. Oh, man. This, I assume this comes through on stream. This is the funny aspect of playing these games, you know, with component cables, with the best possible, like, upscaling and capture. If you watch this platform, when it hits the peak of its cycle, you can see it swap to the low-level model, where it becomes, like, a hexagon. You see, it's a round object, hexagon. Just for a bit. Again, you were playing this on TVs and cables of the time. You probably would be barely able to notice it. But again, I love that stuff because it's just a good insight into... That's fine because this should put me... Oh no, never mind. I was hoping it was just going to checkpoint me back at the entrance, but... No. There we go. No, that's not the entrance. Is it? No, this is the entrance. But again, it's cute to see because that is a kind of rendering technique that did become more standard in this generation, but this would still have been the earlier days of it. Oh! It's this, right? That box there. Okay, so how do I open a metal box is the question. Do I have to carry... Oh, I probably have to carry the power up from the spider area. Oh, that's a little annoying. But okay. I guess that's the extra challenge of it. Okay, let's plot this out. I'll say I'm playing Metroid Prime 4 with the Pro controller. I did play the remaster, which is technically a remake. I don't think it's technically a remaster because they redid every visual element. That one's close. That one is close. That one is probably closer, but it's way further up. I'm gonna go for this one, I think. I'll say, because I got into Metroid Prime with the Wii versions, and I'll be honest, that is my favorite way to play the Prime games. But when I played through Prime Remastered, which you can... It's actually on my VOD channel if you want to see that playthrough. For most of it, I did use the motion controls with the Switch controllers, and oh, that is tight. It does not work as well as the Wii version did, and it's for a very obvious reason. When I thought about it, is that the Switch doesn't have a physical tracker for the motion controllers. Even if they're using more advanced technology than what the Wiimote was doing, having a sensor bar makes the pointer accuracy way better. If you don't have the sensor bar, you end up in a problem where you have to constantly, and I mean constantly, recalibrate your aim. Because it desyncs with your movements so often. Ah! Oh! Did I... Nah. That is so tight. Wow, that checkpoint sucks. That's not where I was at all. It's put me in a completely different place. It's weird for a game that I'm enjoying so much that it has... Maybe that video that was like, oh, this is a great game, flawed, I thought was harsh, but maybe I understand more where they're coming from. But again, I feel like if you're going to call a game great but flawed, or flawed but great, which I think is the way the video actually phrased it, I think your flaw has to be a more systemic one. That's just me. But I do see the stuff where okay, they could have improved that. You know, the checkpointing is sometimes amazing, sometimes it's baffling and doesn't seem to work. And I'm guessing what's happening there is because I'm technically changing zones. There's no checkpoint there. Okay. Yeah, the checkpoint and stuff, it was a little... There's one or two instances before where it was bad, but it seems to be this area suffers from it the worst. Okay. I'm guessing I am going to have to go for that one instead. No, I don't want to though. I think this might be the better one if I can just do cleaner movements up to it. Okay. Oh, that's why I'm going for that one and not this one. Fuck it, I am gonna go for that one. It is closer, I think. Okay, it's not that bad to get to it. I forgot you did this to get here. Yeah, no. Prime 4 is great, and yeah, I saw you mention that you've not played Prime 4, but you played Dread, the Mercury Steam one. Yeah, no, Dread is amazing. Dread might honestly be my favorite of the 2D gameplay Metroid games. There we go. Okay, I was just making it harder on myself. Why do I keep thinking the start button is what takes you out of aiming? Because it doesn't. And why would it? There we go. Alright, let's go to the Oracle and then we'll wrap up. But yeah, I'll see how I feel. I'll definitely say, even though I've played Metroid Prime games on stream before, I'm glad I'm doing this on my own. Because it's my first time through. Whereas Metroid Prime 1, even though it was the remake, I was familiar enough with the base game. But, I'm getting more immersed in it, doing it on my own. Being able to spend the time reading the scans, some of the logs you can get. Okay. I actually don't want to go this way, but yeah. What I'll do is I'll teleport after getting the power-ups from the Oracle. We'll teleport back to the Rock Village, and we'll save near that biking part. I think that's where it is, or is it before? I forget where the mountain pass is. Hang on. Yeah, it is before this area. So yeah, if I save and it hopefully loads us like right there. Oh dear. Okay, so there are multiple checkpoints in this area. Funny. Okay, let me play more safer. We'll drop down this way. And then we'll know it's the thing to do.
You have obtained another power cell.
But yeah, at some point I'll mess with trying Prime 4 with the like dual Switch controller method. But yeah, if it has similar issues with having to recalibrate, then yeah, that will be a hard thing to recommend. Like legit, it's one of those things where I feel like at some point they, you know, what they should have done is they should have released a sensor, either one that you plug into USB, or one that kind of sits on the top of the console, like they did for the Wii U gamepad, where it has a Wii sensor, so you can play it in just gamepad mode with the Wiimote. That's the funny thing about the Wii U being such a failure, is in a lot of ways, the Wii U was a really cool piece of tech. It was almost entirely held back by them making the system low specs. I think I've gone to the wrong one, but let's see. Yep, I do this every time. And yeah, we'll wrap this up next stream. Oh no, I did go to the right one. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just wrong. We roll around. And I've, some might consider this a hot take, but I know quite a few people agree with me that the Wii U gamepad is a lot more comfortable to hold and use for extended period of times than the actual Switch is. I feel like that didn't get talked about much. Like, people like really sung the praises of the Switch, and in some regards I get it, but you know, with my, I imagine other people with non-chronic pain issues have this issue, but my chronic pain specifically, it's so uncomfortable to hold. Because they put the, you know, because their gimmick of the, oh yeah, you turn the controller sideways and their NES-style controllers or whatever, means that the analog sticks, because the analog stick on the right side is lower, you end up having to, like, hold the system up with your fingers. It feels so awkward. Doesn't feel good at all. Yep, coming through this area again. Nope. There we go. Okay. So hopefully it will checkpoint us somewhere around here. I'm pretty sure you have to walk on foot to get to this one. Sandra says, my hot take is I find all controllers with asymmetrical stick placement a bit awkward. I'm a PlayStation kid. I think I honestly agree with that. I don't think about it as much, but if I had the choice, I would go with symmetrical stick placement. Because it is odd when it isn't. Like, I can adapt, but especially for handhelds. For handhelds, it should be symmetrical. Having to hold a system asymmetrically when it's portable is just not good. It feels horrible. Alright. But yeah, no, that was a great time. It's got some highs, some lows, some creamy middles, but I'm still really liking this game. I'm gonna have to really consider where this is gonna place. I think I know where I'm gonna put this. I'm not gonna say yet, because we'll see how we feel by the end of the game. People have discussions about if you don't like a game and you've played, like, you know, 50, 75% of it. You know, in terms of story, I don't mean 100% in the game, but you know, that's how much progress you made in the main game. If you have to beat it to give a proper critical review. And I think there's something to be said that if you are almost all the way through a game and you're not enjoying it, getting to the end is probably not going to change your mind. However, well, it might not change your mind for the positive. Sometimes it can make your opinion even worse. You know, you'll dislike a game even more if you actually beat it. So I think there is a point to say, like, you know, you should beat a game outside of if there's a technical thing that's stopping you, because sometimes seeing how a game ends does make a game worse. There's probably maybe some instances that some people can point to where an ending makes a game come together better, but sometimes when I hear people say, like, oh, people play this game through and they get up to the final level and they stop because they hated it, but if they beat the final level they'd love it. It's like, no, that's not how that works. You can't 180 someone's opinion just with a final level or final boss. You can, you know, maybe change it generally. It just depends. I could see some criticisms of it. Speaking of Naughty Dog stuff, I remember some people were highlighting reviews of the Crash Insane trilogy where they didn't actually finish any of the games in the collection, and I think that's fair, because the whole point of that kind of review, and this is a pet peeve I have, if you're reviewing a remaster or a one-to-one gameplay remake, I don't want you to review the original game. I can go and find reviews of the original game. If you want to do a retrospective review, that's fine. But I want you to review it as a remaster. I want to know how well does it remaster the original game? How well does it keep, you know, are these elements there? You can maybe bring up, hey, here was a obvious fault in the original game that they could have addressed that they didn't. You can bring that stuff out. But when I read a review that's like, hey, here, we're going to review this, you know, here's a port of a game that came out 20 years ago, and they just review it as if it was a game released today, you're wasting my time. You might as well have just not written anything. And I think that was the problem with some of those Crash reviews that didn't finish the game, is they weren't looking at every, you know, sure, you can assume if you played, you know, like half of each game in the trilogy, you could say, okay, if these parts of the game were all consistent with the original, then the back halves probably are. But ultimately, you never know. And sometimes games do fall off a cliff. Even remasters, when they get to that stuff. Oh, yeah, I'll read this from Sandra. Yeah, the entire Insane Trilogy review cycle was bizarre to me. Dark Souls of platforming and all. I never ever remember hearing that Crash was some brutal Kaizo platformer back in the day, so it feels like history was being written. It's probably a thing where you would argue that by today's standards, it is on the harder side. But if you had compared it to its contemporaries of the time, it was probably right in line with everything else. Is the weird thing there. So that's where those those retrospective reviews do change stuff. But I'll definitely say, having played it, it's like, yeah, I think most games in that, you know, 3D platformers that are made today do tend to be easier. Especially Crash 1. I think Crash 1 is probably the one that does deserve, if you were going to say, like, which is the one that has some bullshit platforming and obstacles, I would say Crash 1. Once you get to 2 and 3, I think those are more fair overall, and I wouldn't really mention it. But Crash 1, I think you could make that argument. Obviously, you know, saying Kaizo, saying, oh, this is the Dark Souls of blank, that's very hack shit, and you shouldn't do it. But, you know, that came out in that era where just, oh, this is the Dark Souls. That's why if you ever hear me make the joke of, I do the extreme version, where I say this is the Dark Souls of video games, which is a nonsensical phrase. That's me making fun of that style of games commentary. But yeah, you know. But that being said, I mention that stuff because when I rank stuff, I do have to look at these, playing these in modern times. I'm not reviewing this as if I was back when I would have been playing this in my, you know, like pre-teens to early teens, because that's not the way I'm playing these. But I think that shows the strength of the system that I'm highlighting so many games. I'm like, no, you could go back to these. They might have design flaws that would not exist now, but those don't always hold the games back as much as some people would say. And I'll definitely say with this game, I don't think they hold this game back that much, honestly. So we'll see. This could place in a very prestigious place in my tier list, but that'll be the next stream. When will the next stream be? That I'm not sure. I would like to do something tomorrow at the minimum if it's not too hot, just so I can make sure if I have fixed the lens stuff on my mask. If not, it will be later date, because Friday I might be busy, and then the weekend we'll have to see on that. But that will be the next stream. We'll finish up this game. We'll do the tier list stuff. And then depending on how long that took, we might start the next game, which will either be Ridge Racer 5 or Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore. I have to just see what mood I'm in. And yeah, we'll take things from there. And then yes, Beatmania will be showing up soon when I figure out how to get the desk set up. Because I'll have to get a separate table to put that stupid fucking massive controller I brought on. But that being said, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you want to catch up on old streams, all my old streams are archived on my YouTube channel at Johnny Baghead VODS, and I have some highlight video content on my other channel just at Johnny Baghead. And there will be some new videos on there this year. I'm not sure how many, but I do have one video that is almost ready to go that I just, when I've got the time and it's not so freaking hot that I can't think, that will go up there. And yeah, stream updates, those will be on Blue Sky at Johnny Baghead. At some point I do need to relog back in my Twitter, because I think a couple of people might still only follow me there just to say when I go live. But pretty much all updates are going to be on Blue Sky at this point. And of course, you'll find me over at the Bad Game Hall of Fame pretty much 4 days a week: Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. And even when I'm not there, we put on great shows anyway, so I highly recommend coming to watch. So that'll be it from me. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the pro tips again, Sandra. I really appreciate for this one. And yeah, take care everyone. Have a good one. Bye.